Hello, hi guys, how are we today? Welcome back. We have another stream today full of advice that you didn't ask for. It's going to be great. Let's just get the setup out of the way really fast. I want to go here. What are we doing? We are posting up here. Okay, that's great. We are also going to, let's see if I can do this. Yes, this is fine. We want a new command. I have an idea for you guys. I want to do more of these streams. They are a lot of fun. But as I lean more and more into these sort of discussion type videos, like the last one that we've just done, which was about how to get started into kit bashing and the problems that we run into by having such a big concept in our mind, but everything is disorganized. What I want to do is try and use these streams to discuss the next topic or a topic, which could then be turned into a video. So I'm going to make a new command here, and we're going to put discuss. No, let's not do discuss. Let's do theme. How does learning from multiple masters hinder your skill development? Okay, everyone can do that. Let's create this. There it is. Now we want to make sure that it works. So where is my stuff? That is a very good question. Okay. Where are you guys? Here we are. And let's just make sure everything is working real fast before we get into it. And hopefully I'll be able to see you guys now. That's the theory, at least. Yep, that's great. Okay, and then I just want to go... Let's just do the new command. Theme. There we go. That's great. What I think we really want, though, I like that we can have it as a command, but I also want it to be timed. Timers are messages sent at a regular interval. Start by creating a new timer. Yes, that's what we would like. Let's do theme. And we're going to do hinder your that's great. And let's have this go off every 15 minutes. There we go. Okay, that should do us a solid. Perfect. Okie dokie. Right, that will do. Let's get rid of this, get rid of that, bring this up, and I wish I could see you guys on screen. What have I done with my docs? Let's see. YouTube Live Control Panel, chat. There we go. Hello everybody, how are we today? Good to see you. Hope you're keeping well. We are going to do some more kit bashing. We're going to work on this on this night. Let me try and just get into a spot where you can kind of see without hiding my face too much. That'll do, won't it? Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, how is everybody? Are you doing well? If you are enjoying yourself, do like the video. No, we haven't got that far yet. Like the stream, it will help YouTube promote it. I don't know why I'm looking down here. You guys, the camera is right here, not over here. This is like my second backup Chromebook monitor where I can sort of see you guys live. But I also have you up here, so really, I can get rid of that, can't I? So, Imperial Knight, where were we? What were we doing? We have done some kit bashing on the head. We did loads on the head. It's practically close to being finished. So that's pretty awesome. So you can see the lenses. We have all of this cabling, these holes that we drilled in last time. I've just taken a bit of extra time to battle damage them a little bit. Just did that off stream. I think we need something to cover up the bottom here. Simply because it's a bit ugly. It's not looking great. So we need to do that. The other part is I finished off adding the beads to the hand here. So we have that sort of bonding beads look that a lot of the Space Marines have when they're low on resources. So that's great. We need to clean up the fingers a little bit to just tidy that up so that the connection is a bit better. And then the next thing I want to work on is this guy a little bit. So the idea is that this guy is dead, so I want it to be pretty obvious that he's dead, because a lot of people, the idea is that the canopy is going to be open so that you can see inside it. I think like a Gene Stealer or a Hormigant or something is going to be ripping the panel open so you can see inside, and then you'll see that he's already dead. Oh, plot twist, the guy's dead and the Imperial Knight is acting out by itself, right? So we need to make some alterations. And there's a couple of ways we can do that. I think the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to remove the head. Okay. And replace that with a skull, and we might remove a hand and put like a skeletal hand there instead. Not a massive change, just enough to sell that issue. But before we get into that, let's have let's have a little chat. I need a new one. I need a new one here, and you can't see anything right now. Bear with me. We are going to copy that. We're going to put that here. And we'll go BAM! Terrifying. Oh, that don't look good at all, does it? I want to go the other way. It's a bit better. It's not great, but it will do. So this idea of learning from multiple masters, why does this get in the way? So when we are learning this hobby and if we're at home by ourselves and we're doing this kind of thing, what tends to happen is you run into a problem and you don't know how to fix it. So naturally, you go online, you go on somewhere like Google, YouTube, Reddit, whatever, and you go, how do I uh, how do I do this skill? So how do I paint non-metallic metal, right? And then it gives you X amount of responses and videos and all of that, and you start going through them. And you go, oh, right, okay, so this is how one person does non-metallic metal. This is how another person does non-metallic metal. And you keep going, trying to learn this skill. But more often than not, what usually happens is that you tend to end up just going through the videos without actually learning anything. And what I mean by this is that you are absorbing the information without actually thinking about the information and applying the information to your miniature. So what that means is that you might watch 10 different videos on non-metallic metal and you might only pick up the very raw basics, but none of the actual skills that are involved in that. For example, glazing, right? Now, what happens there is that you might go from there and you go, well, I don't know how to glaze now. So you start researching glazing, but then you're watching another 5 to 10 videos from 5 to 10 different people about how to glaze things without really sitting down and applying the information that they have given you, without watching what they're doing and trying to replicate that. And so what happens is that as you try to do things, you are using information from 5 to 10 different people, and what happens is philosophies and opinions begin to clash with one another. And that means that there is just pure chaos involved. And as that chaos builds up, it means that your skills don't actually develop as you go along. Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Thanks for coming by. How are you? So yeah, so as you're doing this, your skills don't actually improve because you're trying to watch too many people doing the same thing in too many different ways, and they explain it in different ways, so you get confused. The best way for you to realistically develop these skills is when you ask, you put into your search, let's say for YouTube, and you look up how to paint non-metallic metal. You focus on one person, okay? And when you focus on that one person, you focus on that one video, and maybe you go through that video 2 or 3 times before you begin to understand it, because you need to sit and actively watch at least once, okay? And I really mean actively once, not just have it on in the background and kind of listening and trying to do things at the same time. I mean, sit down, listen to what they are saying properly, and watch what they are doing so that you understand what those brushstrokes are, what the terminology they're using means, and all of that other kind of stuff. Now, this isn't a foreign concept. This is why martial artists, especially classical martial artist masters, students would dedicate themselves to one master for years, maybe even for an entire lifetime. Because even though there are 10 different masters who might all be doing the same martial arts, the way that they teach is going to differ greatly from one to another. And if you bounce between them all, the methods and the ideologies are all going to clash, and you don't really develop anything, and then you just get frustrated, and you just think that either they're really bad teachers or you're a really bad student because your skills aren't developing. So, problem number 2. This this hobby has multiple skills when you break it down, right? There's removing the plastic from the sprues and cleaning them up, right? That is a skill set in itself. So what tools do you use to remove the pieces from the sprue? What kinds of files do you use to remove the mold lines? And then you go into building. So what kind of glue do you start using to put the miniatures together? Do you start pinning, which is another sub skill in itself? And so you have to be really careful not to try and take on too many skills at the same time. I tend to separate between building and painting. As you guys have probably seen, my painting isn't great. It's okay, but I've got loads to learn still. But my building isn't terrible. The reason for that is because I spend a lot of time reading and researching about how to kit bash things. Whereas I don't spend nearly a fraction of that amount of time on how to paint things, because I'm not very confident about it. Okay, so what is the other issue? There's one more issue that I want to point out when you try to learn from too many people at the same time. And that is you are unable to determine the difference between your skill set and your style. And that is extremely important, because let's take painting for an example. You could spend 3 years studying, I don't know, heavy metal painting style, but you prefer a more grimdark style. So does this mean, because your grimdark style doesn't match the heavy metal style, even though you've been learning the actual skills, does it mean that you're a bad student, or does it mean that you've just taken the lessons and applied them in a different way and in a different style? This is extremely important to understand. And that is when you start to break things down, and it's where you go from talking about how to paint your space marine or how to paint an ultramarine, and you start getting into color theory. You know, the what is it, the 70 or the 60-30-10 rule or something, I think it is. I have to double check it. Let me have a look. 60-30-10 rule. Colors. Yeah, so yeah, 60-30-10 rule. So essentially what this is a way of a painting with a limited color palette. So 60% is your predominant color. So let's say for an ultramarine it would be blue. Then you would have your secondary color, which is like 30% of the miniature, which might be let's say, for example, it's gold. If you're doing like the second company, I think, is gold trim. The first or second company, they're gold trim, right? So you have the gold Imperialis, you have the gold trim, you have the gold battle honors, all of that kind of stuff. And then the 10% is, let's say, red or white. So like the lenses are red, the purity seal wax is red. Maybe there are some details on the weaponry which are red. That is in itself a skill set that is not for one style. It's a broad concept across the board. When you start getting into that, that is when you start being able to look into your own skill set, because how to paint not grimdark, how to paint heavy metal is about the way that you use the brush to make the style, whereas how to paint with color theory, or how to paint with the 60-30-10 rule, is a generalized concept of just how to paint things. So when I was at Salute earlier on this year, I entered the Ogren into the painting competition. Didn't expect to win, didn't win. Totally fine. The point here was that, one, I wanted to enter it, so the desire to enter into the competition made me push my skills. Secondly, I wanted to enter into the competition because it was fun. And thirdly, by entering into the competition, it meant that I would have access to one of the judges from the panel of that competition. So at the end, when everybody goes to retrieve their miniatures, you can rejoin the line to see all the judges are up there, and you can see one of the judges, and you can give them their miniature, and you can ask them a couple of questions, and basically you get 2 or 3 minutes to get advice. And what's interesting is that they don't talk about style, because everybody paints in different styles. Some styles do objectively better in competitions than others. So grimdark styles struggle, but it's not because they don't like the grimdark style. So the judge I was talking to, I can't remember his name now, but the judge I was talking to, what he was saying is that when they are judging things in competitions, you need to be able to clearly see the form of the miniature, right? So already by talking about form, they're not talking about, is it an Ogren, or is it a Primarch, is it a Tyrannid, or whatever. They're talking about shapes. And this is what he said to me. When you're painting in grimdark, because of the very nature of the style, because you're using a lot of desaturated colors, darkened colors, your lighting is completely different to, say, heavy metal, which is brighter, much more saturated, and has sharper highlights. The grimdark style, everything begins to blur together if you're not very careful. And so what I was told was, when I'm painting, I need to stop looking at things as the component that they are, but rather to look at things as shapes. So if I go back to here, okay, and I get this, okay. This is a bit complex. There's a lot of different things going on here. Let me get this guy. Okay, so here's your Space Marine. So, ignoring the plume on the top here, when you look at the head, the head is actually 2 different shapes that we're combining together at face value. So, first of all, you have the top of the head, which is essentially a sphere. So you need to paint the top of the head like it's a sphere. So how does light respond to that sphere when it hits the surface? So you can already see, just from the light of my overhead light, which is just above it, the light is hitting here and it radiates outwards, like so. Okay? Heavy metal doesn't work like that. Heavy metal makes the head bright and then it does the trim. And that's to make every single panel stand out, right? It's just a different style. It's not about it being good or bad. it's a different style. Grimdark wants a more thematic, I won't necessarily say realistic, but a more thematic style use of lighting, which can draw from using more real life examples. Okay, now if you go down the head, so the top is like a sphere, the bottom part, essentially the face, is like rectangular or cuboid. Okay, so when the light hits, it's coming in from this side. You can see the light on the spherical part up the top. But when it hits down here, it doesn't radiate out the same way as the helmet. So we have a big bit of light out here, and it goes all the way across to the other side whilst diffusing. Whereas the light hits where this faceplate is, the light hits here, and because we have such a sharp angle going off the other way, this is all in shadow. Does that make sense? Because the shape responds differently to how the light works. Now, I'm not very good at this yet, which is why my painting often lacks, because it's a skill that I am yet to develop. But this is the thing that we have to talk about, right? When you look at the hand, or a hand, right, you have multiple different shapes. Effectively, this is a slightly curved square with cylinders. Now, these are pointed cylinders, granted, right? But instead of looking at it as a finger, we look at it as a cylinder instead. And you begin to change the way that you paint as long as you keep that in mind. And you have to consciously keep it in mind as you're doing it. It's not an easy thing to do when you're learning. So do keep that in mind. Now, hint, this is sort of what one of the next videos is going to be about. There you go. But I'm curious as to what you think. Do you learn from multiple people at the same time? You know, do you have an upward limit of how many people you learn from at the same time? Or do you have one person that you watch and study, and you only watch and study from that point? I'm going to wait for my screen to come back. Okay, I will make it come back. Where is it? Arian, why aren't you working? Wakey, wakey. There we go. We'll zoom that back in. There we go. Okay, so this is the sort of thing that we're trying to keep in mind. And this is what I mean about learning from too many people at the same time. It can confuse the way that you go about things. But today we need to do some kibashing. I'm just going to alter these settings a little bit just to... Oh, no, we don't want that. Did not like that. That wasn't fun. Okay, I think that will do. So, let's start off with our pilot guy here. We're going to chop his head off to start off with. If I can preserve as much of the head as I can, that would be great. But I'm not going to worry too much if I do lose it. What I would really like right now, though, is a fresh blade for my knife, because it is incredibly blunt and dangerous right now. And I do not fancy gouging my hand out. I'm not seeing any on my desk. Bear with me. I'm just going to go grab some from my drawer. If I can get them out. I'm also curious how many of you guys watched the last video. Did you enjoy it? What did you think? I would very much like some feedback. And while we're here, I think we're also going to we're gonna just post a link real fast. New video up. And that should take us, yeah, perfect. Perfect. So what we are going to do, we're going to change this out. Get rid of that one. Put a new one in. Now, we got really fortunate being able to get this guy out of the cockpit without damaging it too much, but I am uncertain I am going to be able to get his... Never mind, we have his head now, so this has turned out fantastic. I didn't think that was going to work so well, but sometimes just being an orc or an ogre and brute forcing things will make it work. So hooray for us. That made things much easier than what I thought it was going to be. I'm just going to clean these up a little bit just so that we can repurpose and reuse them at a later date. Alright, so that's the head. I've been entering GW Secret Santa painting competition at my local store. You get a random mini to paint up to value of £25 that you might not get otherwise. End up trying different schemes and characters. Learned a lot from doing that. That's a really good point as well. Yeah, take advantage of events and opportunities as they come up that go outside of your typical form. Yeah, that's a really good idea. In fact, that reminds me. Recently, I have been eyeing up. What are they called? I've got to check now. I have recently been looking at the Sylvaneth from Age of Sigmar and thinking about how I could take the idea of the Sylvaneth and sort of kit bash them into a 40k universe, simply because they are so different to what I normally do. Changing up your environment, yeah, that's a really good way to make you look and think about your miniatures differently so that you can apply the skills in different manners. Yeah, that's a really good point. I like that. That's fantastic. Another idea is that I am actually going to eventually be making that orc army that I always wanted, which is a custom offshoot of the Death Skulls. And they're going to be like on a desert planet fighting Necrons, and they're full of mechs and also weird boys, and they keep stealing Necron stuff to make stuff out of, but then the Necrons keep reanimating the stuff and killing the orcs. But yeah, it's a great way of changing things up. That's a really good point. Okay, so we have the head removed. We're going to... I'm going to remove... Excuse me. I'm going to remove one of the hands. I'm going to remove it with the flat end facing away from us, actually, because I want... Maybe we can use the hand in the future. So I want a clean cut there. Whereas at the wrist, I can just clean that up. That's not a problem. Because we're gonna be messing it up, putting in some green stuff or something with a skeletal hand or something like that. Which is something I've done a few times before. So that is great. What else can we do to signify this guy being dead? Maybe like a big slash going across the chest. That could be something worth doing. I want to have a look. Let me see what skeleton pieces I have right now. Because my skeleton pieces are actually running out. I need to buy some more skeletons. I've got loads of arms and stuff, but they're all attached to weapons. And I don't always want that. Well, we can use that head. We'll use that skeleton head, so that's great. Yeah, I don't have any like open hands. We could use a foot as well if you wanted. Yeah. But I think that's about it as far as these things are concerned. That one's got a thing on it. It's no good me searching on the pile when it's not even on screen. Here we go. So I have these hands, but they're for the shields, but it's the wrong side to what we just cut off. So and we could take a leg. And put it in place of this. That could be a good way of doing it. They're about the same size, same length, so I think we could do that too. I think that would be fun. A little bit of kit bash in there. This is the wrong side, so we want these. So a lot of the spears and sword arms, they're all pretty much the same. We just want to get something that hasn't got anything on it, basically. I wonder, actually, looking at this, bearing in mind I didn't build this guy, so I don't know how he goes together. I think we could remove the arm and repose it a bit. I'm going to try. Yeah, there we go. So if we get this, have it turned downwards, we can have the skeletal arm sort of drooping down, so it's less obvious. Or I could just throw the pieces on the floor. That's a good move too. So I think we're going to use the sword arm. So those bits can go over there. In fact, no, we're going to use this one, the angle of the... Let me see. Yeah, I don't like the angle of this so much, because if it's going to be limp, it's not going to be turned upwards. Whereas, well, they're both kind of doing it, really, aren't they? I think it's going to be rough either way. We'll have to improvise. Oh, where did it go? There it is. Okay. So, let's see. We are... Yeah, I think removing a leg is a good idea. We're going to have the head as well. what I really need is like a bit of spinal cord so that the head is actually there, because otherwise it's kind of just looking like a turtle. I'm not sure I have any left because I used them all on my Emperor's Children. Hmm. Let me see. Oh wait, I know where I can get some. Bear with me, I will be back in a minute. Right, okay, I'm back. All over the place today. So I was just talking about Orc Project. So I have, quite literally today it arrived. I got an Annihilation Barge off eBay. Now, this is going to be used for the Orcs, but what I'm after today is, I'm hoping I can get a spinal cord piece. There's the backs, but they're not what I'm looking for. Damn. That isn't what we're looking for. Oh, okay, all right. I think that means that I need to look into getting some Necron warrior bodies. Because this is going to be too big. This is the closest that we've got. And that's what I used on the Emperor's Children models that I did, the one where the backpack has the spinal cord. That's where I got them from. It was Necrons. But I didn't have many Necron pieces left. And I'm pretty sure it was only... I think it was just really that had the spinal. Yeah. Well, that's frustrating. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. Real shame, but we're gonna have to do without. I wonder if I've got any. Please say I've got one lying around somewhere that I can just mess around with. I doubt it though. And yes, I know I told you guys to sort out your bits box, and I haven't sorted out my bits box. I know. I need more bits boxes. Okay. I'm a terrible person. I know. But I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Nope. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. We'll work around it. What we will do instead is we will pin it into place with a little bit of paperclip, and then I don't know, when we've got some green stuff things going on, we'll just try and mold it or sculpt it into place. Okay, so where were we? We were going to remove a leg as well, weren't we? So I'm going to remove the leg just below the knee plate here, just for a clean bond. Again, I'm going to do it with the flat end facing the bit that we're removing. I know it's a bit backwards, because of course you would expect wanting the piece that we're going to use right now to have the clean cut, but because we're going to apply bone, we're going to have jagged meat and flesh coming out of it, so I'm not worried about it being too rough. Whereas I might be able to use the boot for another kit bash somewhere else, so having that already clean and flat is going to be useful. So let's do that right now. Okay, so we have a boot there that is ready to be used for whatever. Okay, and then we have this jagged stump thing. Okay, and we're just going to clean that up with the knife. And this is a brand new fresh blade, so it's pretty easy to do as long as you're careful and controlled. And there you go, it is nice and smooth, and nobody will know any different. Now I just want to check in case there are any obvious mold lines or anything that need removing. We need to clean up this section as well with the arm. Where's his arm? It's right here. There we go. Okay, so next up, what do we want? We would like... We need to drill some holes. That's what we need to do. Where is my drill? Question of the ages. I am forever misplacing my drill, even though every single time it's right in front of me. So, what I'm going to do now is effectively a variation of pinning. And what I mean in this regard is, because the bones are literally, well, they're sticks, very much like the pinning method is going to give us anyway. What we are going to do is we're going to take this hole, basically, and we're just going to use our knife to extend its width or length, and then we're just going to put the bone directly inside of the hole and then build around it. So I'm going to take this bone here, and I'm cutting it just above the knee. This way I know I have enough material to work with. Okay, so we're just removing that excess, and then I'm gonna hit it with the file, because it doesn't matter what this little nub at the top looks like, because we're not going to see it anyways. We just want it to be relatively tidy so that we have an even coverage of glue. And we're just going to line it up with where that hole would be, right? It would be very much like so. And I'm just going to make sure it's certainly deep enough, so that's great. I'm just going to carefully extend this hole out. So this is another thing that I'm trying to do, this improvisation speech. It's a little difficult for me, I'm not great at it. So I'm trying to just explain what I'm doing as I go, and probably having my thumb right there is a bad move. And when I'm doing this, especially because I have a brand new blade, it's going to cut through thin slivers of plastic really easily. But if I try to do too much at once and I go too far into the hole right now, it's going to snap that tip off. So I'm sort of doing it in layers. So I'm doing like the top layer first, go around, then go a little bit deeper, around again, and so on and so forth. Gradually building up the hole as we go along. Now I'm just going to check again. Okay, so it's using up quite a bit. I want to expand it a bit more because that knee joint is quite wide. It's a lot wider than I thought it was going to be fair. But I need it to be nestled in there quite happily. I'm also trying to keep where I'm extending it quite even. Okay, so I don't want it to go too far across one way or the other way. And the reason for that is that I don't want the leg to be crooked as we're putting it in. So I'm just trying to be conscious of these things as we go along. I'm just going to take my round file. I'm going to put it, basically jam it in there. And then I'm just spinning it around. And that's just going to open up that area a bit. And then try and sort of even it out a little bit by doing that. It might be doing absolutely nothing. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. But it makes me feel better about that. Okay, so we're almost there. Now, if I had a larger drill bit, I probably could have done this with just the drill, and it would have been fine. But I don't, so we have to make do. And as always with kit bashing, it's just dry fitting over and over again until it works. Now that's a little bit deeper again, and I'm almost happy with that. I just want the connection point to be more secure. So I'm going to remove the back of this joint. I don't know if you can see. If I turn it this way, you can see how wide it is. Right, you've got all this that comes out the front and then all this that comes out the back. I'm going to remove this stuff from the back. And I'm going to try and turn it into a bit of a point. And that's just so that it can go a bit further up. That's a bit better. Now, I could do this with sprue glue, but I've just thrown it on the floor. But I want a quick bond, so I think I'm going to super glue it into place. But I just dropped the thing. Where has it gone? No. I've dropped my foot. It's gone. Well, this is awkward. I found it. I found it. Right, where were we? We were going to super glue this into place, I think. Or alternatively, I'm going to take a small sliver of green stuff here. Okay, and we're going to mix that up a bit so that that reaction can do its thing. A bit more of the yellow, I think. There we go. So we're going to take a little piece here. I'm going to stuff that in there, in the hole, fill that up, and then we are going to mush that foot in there. I actually need to clean up this foot, I forgot. Take off a bit more of that material from the bone. And then we're going to try that again. There we go, like so. And hopefully when that cures, that will either stick in there or it will leave enough of us, like a divot in place that we can just put it back in place and glue it in. I'm just taking this excess green stuff, we're just moving it around that limb just to seal it in place. This is about as advanced as my sculpting goes. Yeah. We can work with that, can't we? Okay, next up is the arm. We're going to do a very similar thing here that we did with the leg. But I'm going to glue it into place, I think, because there's not as much room for it to connect to, like what the leg had. There we go. Thankfully that hand didn't just ping off into the abyss. And we're just cleaning up those connection points again. Okay. I'll take off that the rest of that bone there. We don't need the forearm. And I think I'm just going to straight up glue that on as per normal. Where is my glue? Where is my glue? Where did I put it? No! I tried to be organized today. What? Oh, for goodness sake. There they are. They're up here. Right, I want all of that. Unbelievable, starting this stream and not even having my glue there. Can't do this by accident, you know. So we are just gonna get that taken care of. Excellent. And then we need to do the head. The skull is from the Box of Skulls by Citadel, and it just needs a bit of a clean up real fast. Although, actually, this is a closed mouth one. I think it would be better to have an open mouthed one. Just give him an orc head for a laugh. Okay, so I have open wonky jaw. What about the battlefield trophies? These are more demonic. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll just stick with where we were originally going. That's fine. Drill. There it is. That's one, and then we need one for our guy here. Okay, good stuff. Okay, I need some of this paperclip. In fact, let's clean it off first. Okay. No, what? What? Oh, are you kidding me? Paperclip has been lost inside of the body. That's helpful. Okay, and then that would go like that. So I'm just gonna tilt it a little bit, and then hopefully yeah, there you go. That will go on there like so. And then we would just have to fill in the rest of this along the way. Um, open, please. Super glue, I beg of you. My favorite thing about super glue is when it super glues itself shut. There we go. Got it. Let's see if this will work. Nope. Wow, it don't want to work at all. But it still won't. There we go. Okay, we got something. Finally. There we go. This keeps coming out. I might regret this choice later, but we're doing it now. That's not bad, is it? Where's his seat? Here it is. Okay, so I don't like me doing that. So probably should have just left his arm as it was. That's okay, we can reattach. And then we'll just set him back in place. And there we go. That is our dead pilot. I think I just need to add some cabling where the original heads cables were. Just to fill in that gap. And then I think we're alright then. What do you think? I feel like I've got a shard or something in the side of my arm. I feel like I've got like a little splinter or something. It's really irritating. Yeah, so we need some sort of cabling. Nothing too big. One of these might actually be the right sort of size for what we're doing here. So let's take him out for a minute. Then I'm going to get my big clippers. I want this side to be the flat side. There we go. And then I'm just going to It's actually the perfect size. I'm not going to waste time, I'm just going to get it right in there. And then make sure that he actually still fits. There we go. That is pretty much done. So I'm going to leave that alone. We're going to put that over there. And let's have a think. What is next? Let's get this chest plate real fast. Now, originally, the idea is that the chest plate was going to, or not so much the chest plate, but the idea was that this whole knight was going to be like the Doomslayer of Imperial Knights, right? So I feel like I don't think it's going to work so much for us. Yeah, the idea, never mind. We're going to scrap that idea before it even starts. Sometimes you have an idea, sometimes you look at it and it's like, no, that isn't what we want at all. Now, I've got some mold lines in here. We're going to clean that up. Better. That's good. We like that. Right, so we want more cabling up to the underside here. So we have quite a few cables here. I'm wondering if we could get some of our cables and extend them to the base here so it looks like they're part of this cabling here. That is the next theory. let's have a look. What have we got? We have some guitar string here. I have some guitar string here. I have things from questionable sources all over the place. I have these bits of chain from the last string that we could use. I just realized I've been laying them out. You can't even see them. Genius move. So we have those bits of chain from last time. We have the bits of guitar string. Something like that, maybe. Getting rid of that excess. I'm not sure, guys. I don't know where to go with this. I'm a little bamboozled. The other option, of course, is to not cable it. We could fill it in with something else. Make it look like part of the metal. You know, we could get our green stuff and just push it in there. Except it doesn't want to stay in there, which isn't helpful. Get in there. I'm not sure. Let me go take a break, have a little think about it, and I will be back. If you have an idea, leave a message, and I will be right back. If you haven't already, do like the live stream, it'll help promote it, and I will be back with you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Okay. Now that we've gone and tried to solve our problem by sniffing a whole bunch of warp stone, Xenomorph Studio. Love the advice. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by the stream. How are you? Okay, so what do I need? These are the questions that I need to ask myself. What I need is not to hand right now. Bear with me. Okay, so I've got a couple of ideas that we could try and use. First off is this big bit of hosing pipe that I've got here. This is, if you were to look for it in the hardware store, you'd be looking at corrugated conduit. That's what this is. And I'm going to cut a few sections off here. And I just want to experiment with these materials a little bit. And then I also have this other thing, which is cable tidy wrap, and I'm going to take a segment of this. And we're going to try a couple of things. Basically, what I want to see is if we can get this under here like some sort of, like a collar, basically. I don't know, but I want to try it. I'm going to start off with this cable tidy because it's more flexible. And what I'm doing is I'm just bending it back on itself so that it stops curling up. This is going to allow us to make it more agreeable to what we want and make it a bit more straightforward to work with. So we're just going to score along here. I really should use my other knife. It's probably going to be better, but that's okay. It's alright, we're fine. So we're going to do that one, and then we're going to do the same on the other side. And we'll get rid of them, easy peasy. Now, so we have this long piece, And then we have two smaller pieces with this curve in it, which just about complements what we've got going on here. But of course, this is not agreeable with what we've got going on the rest of the miniature, because we've got all these cables coming out underneath. And if we put this up here, oh, never mind. That looks okay, doesn't it? That don't look too bad. That one fits in nicely. The issue with the other one was that it was covering up where these cables are, where they're sculpted in along the bottom, and I don't want to hide that. But if I turn it so it's like this, or angle it rather, I know we still have a little bit there, but once the head is in place, that could work for us. I think. So I'm going to start off by just modifying this side a little bit. Just tidy it up. And this is very much about experimenting as we go. I'll just bend it to fit what we want now. So we're bending it the other direction. I'm going to try and use this tool here to get a sharper curve, basically. And because it's a softer plastic, it will... I'm trying to think of a good word for it. It's almost like it remembers the shape it was being put into. So it stays curved. What you see? Now I still have these points here. Now this is where some of the original cabling was, okay, and I can't leave them like that, so I think these cables are too big now given what we've been doing. If I can get small cables like the guitar strings to feed down into here on both sides, and then put this sort of gorget thing that we're putting on, or that we're trying to make, over the top of it, I think that will work for us. That's the theory. So we're going to pull his head off again. And so basically, let me reiterate, we're going to try and get cables from these points here, where they originally were built in, and we're going to try and feed them into these sections here, which are effectively the cheekbones of the Imperial Knight. So where... There it is. It's back. That's good. I thought I'd lost you for a minute, guys. So, I've got guitar cable here. This is a little thinner than what I'd like. This is a small one. I need a bigger cable that is ribbed like that as well. Let's see. Okay, so I can't find my guitar cable right now, and I cannot find my green stuff rollers right now either, so I can't just make ones the size that I want. Now, that's not a problem. We can work around it. Problem is that I'm getting ready to move all of this studio into another room, so everything is sort of all over the place at the minute and kind of a mess. So I don't know where anything is right now. That's the problem. Hopefully by this time next week, everything will have moved. So... Right, that is... So this is the tubing that I was talking about. Now this is... Remember I was saying the other one was like a soft plastic, so we could curve and bend it. This is a hard plastic, so this is not as agreeable. Like, I can't really bend it at all. So this was in my... I got this in mind of large scale projects, and also as to use as like piping for basses. That kind of thing. So I want that on standby. If I cannot use this, what else can I do? Gotta think. what could we do instead? We could take something that is going to bend the way we want and put some of this other cable wire, not cable wire, put some of these other wires around it and have it go from one side to the other. We do need holes drilling in. So I'm going to do that now. And I want a decent foundation, so I'm going to go quite deep with these holes, okay? I'm not messing around here. Oh, my blade is tacky. What's going on here? I think I've got a bit of super glue on the handle. That's fine. So that's one side, and we're going to do the same on the other here. Just remember when you're doing this, right, your drill bit, it's not just the point on the end, the rest is bladed. So when you're drilling into tight areas like this, you want to be mindful that you're not carving into an adjacent piece. So like here, you can see where the drill bit got caught on there and it kind of chewed it up a little bit. Just be mindful of that as you are working with your drills. It can happen. Okay. So, just to illustrate here, we have our holes. If I just, that cable is going to go in there quite nicely, right? I just wish we had a bit more of it. Right, same all around. Now, we could drill through the face and have it link round to the other side. Right? Thing is, I'm not sure my cable will appreciate me doing that, right? We could give it a go. So we'd have like one port here and one port here, I think. We're going to need the holes anyway to put them through. And eventually it might come out the other side. There we go. It's come out a bit lower than I expected, but that's fine, that's not a problem. I'm going to have another one up here. Come on. Come on, push through. Here it comes. Come on. There we go. So I'm going to put that faceplate on just so we can see, make sure that we're not going to get us in the way of ourselves here. And I think it'll be a little tight, but I think we'll be okay. The bottom one might struggle. So I'm just trying to straighten this out as much as I can in advance. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed through the central point first and feed my way round to that other hole. Where are my pincers? Here we go. Nope, I don't like that at all. That's fine. So we're going to go the other way around. I'm going to remove that head first, that face. First, we're going to go into there. This is also why we wanted to drill so deep into those points, because it makes it easier to control. And then we would feed back into the other hole. Right, that is what we would do. Right now, of course, this is a little too long, so we need to trim some of that down. Yeah, but you can control and manipulate where that's going, right? And then the faceplate will come over, and this is what we're looking at here. Like I said, I just wish we had slightly thicker cable to work with, but I can't find the other ones right now, so we will make do with what we have. Now, of course, the advantage of the thinner ones is that they are a bit more agreeable to flexing. I think this one is actually smaller than the other one. Yes, it is. So let's just get that faceplate back on there. That's not terrible. That could work. So I'm going to cut a bit off at a time. Okay? Because of course if we cut off too much, it ain't going to reach. Yep, we could take off a bit more. Quite a bit more, I think, actually. Now, of course, doing it this way means that it's quite fiddly to get in there. Let's see if that hole can go any further. I feel like it's not as deep as what it could or should be. Oh no, it's actually gone all the way through. So it's just a case of it not feeding through properly. There we go. Go on, get in there. So we're kind of just going to force it on through. There we go. Push that other bit through again. Okay. And that's great because we can just we can secure that side. Then we have the bottom end. And I think I'm going to go for the same move. I'm going to drill through. Oh no. Have you seen that, guys? The drill bit broke. Oh. can see it just there. The angle was too sharp, and I forced it too much, and it's broken. So that's frustrating. Damn. Damn. Okay then. Okay, so anyway, let's carry on. Let's not get disheartened. We're gonna remove some more of this lower cable. And we're going to try and push that back. It does not want to go in, does it? Okay, let's remove a little bit more. Can't believe I just broke my drill bit. That is not good. There we go. That's going up there. That's great. I just want to bend this. So it's going up there nice and smoothly. And then let's just try that with the mask on there again. That ain't bad, is it? This upper wire is getting in the way a little bit. So I want to try and see if I can push that through. I'm going to try and grab it from the back of the other side where it's poked through to try and pull it. But I don't think it wants to. So I've got to try and coax it through so it realizes that's what we want. There we go. Oh, we've started to unravel it. That's not what we wanted to do. Now we need to flatten this side back down. Oh boy. Okay. Dry fit again before we commit to it. Make sure the eye sockets are lined up with the lenses. That is the most important part. That's coming through nicely there. That's come through nicely there. So we are going to glue that in place. If I can get some super glue to come out. We are rife with problems today. There we go. We're going to put glue there. We're going to put glue here as well. And then I'm just going to dunk it in the baking soda. Into the powder we go. Never to be seen again. Right now my super glue wants to come out in torrents. Oh, what a day. I'll just brush that off. I don't want any of that extra stuff lingering because it'll get in the way. Mess up all our future gluing endeavours. And then we're going to throw it back in because I haven't got the grip. we go. Okay, so that is fixed in place. And again, I'm just going to go in with the knife, just clean that up a little bit, get rid of some of this excess super glue residue that we don't need. I'll tuck that wire back in place. Okay, so that leaves our little gorget thing to do, which was the whole point of this entire thing. Unless I've used the wrong one. Don't think so. We can try it though. No. Oh, there we go. Needs a little off the top as well. What are we? Oh, 5 o'clock, I say so. That's why the lighting is why it is. Because the sun is by my window, so it's overdoing it a bit. Let's bring the ISO down a bit. There we go. That'll remove the glare issue. Yeah, that's good. So we're getting close to where we need to be. But it's still leaving this because it's not curving the way we want it to. So I need to curve it around something. Let's do it around this. And then we'll bend that a bit more. Okay, that's sitting a bit better. That might be the best that we're going to get. That's not bad. How can we fix that? We could put a bit of hot glue in there actually. Some hot glue could do that because the glue will give enough body for it to work. Which means I just need to plug it in so it heats up. Oh look, there's my normal super glue. Found it. Yeah, my hot glue. Where is my hot glue gone? Is it around here? Or have I moved it and put it away? I think I might have put it away. However, ooh, I just found something that I've had for a long time and I forgot that I had. I have a little jar of springs and stuff. This. I used this quite a lot back in the day. I completely forgot that I had it actually. Oops. Completely forgot I had it. Got it in a charity store, I think. Just bits and bobs and all kinds of things going on here. Mostly like springs and stuff. But yeah, thought I'd show you that while we're here. I'm going to take all these loose bits of cable, I'm going to put them in there as well. Why? There it is. Okay. Hello? Why are you doing this? Come back. Thank you. And it's gone out of focus. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Yeah, I must have moved my hot glue gun. Okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. I need to remove a bit from the corners here. Maybe off the top as well, because it's sort of hitting or colliding with the cables at the top. Imran, hi. How are you? You often wondered. Playing League of Legends, fair enough. Look at too many build guides and have stunted my skills. There you go. So yeah, that's exactly what we're sort of talking about here. We're just talking about it in a different context. That's all. But yeah, you watch too many of the same things without taking the time to understand it, and yeah, it will stunt your skills. It also stops you from thinking for yourself as well. You don't take the time to experiment and get a little more creative with it. So I totally get that, because I had that with Path of Exile. So when I would play Path of Exile in the early days of me playing Path of Exile, I would watch and try and follow loads of guides, but because I didn't understand the game properly, I was trying to learn how to play the game whilst also follow a build guide, and I didn't understand how the two correlated with one another, and so I didn't develop. When I just focused on learning how the game operated, and then just did my own build, so to speak, although I would not get as far in the game, I understood how the game worked a bit better, and I understood my own build better than the ones that were designed for me by other creators. And it's not necessarily their fault. It's just when you're trying to consume so much information at the same time and you're trying to maximize the efficiency of learning these skills, you don't actually sit down to practice the skills and go, okay, did I actually learn anything from here, from this? And sometimes you might only watch the guide once or twice or once every now and again, instead of going back and forth through it a few times. It's like cheating on the test. When you need to learn that info later in life, you're screwed. 32 and realize and conceptualize things and not just learn them. I'm in the same boat. So I'm 30, right? I turned 30 a couple of months ago. So I'm also getting to the point where instead of just listening to things and hearing them and going, yeah, okay, I'm sitting there and I'm listening to things and I'm trying to understand what I'm hearing and why the person is saying it that way, but also to think about it critically enough that I can formulate my own ideas around it as well, my own reasoning as to whether or not I agree and why, without it being destructive at the same time. And that's really important. And so this is why I've slightly altered the content, the way that I'm doing these videos. So if you've watched the last video, then it's possible you guys might recognize it. I don't know, but I watch a lot of self-help stuff and also content creation stuff and motivational speeches in the results of psychology and that sort of trying to find that spark to get you going, but from a psychological standpoint. So a lot of things like Jordan Peterson, Diary of a CEO, James Smith for content creation, all of that kind of stuff. That is what I sit and watch and listen to. We call that life maxing. It's life maxing if you take it to a certain extreme, which self-maxing. Yeah, I guess that's sort of the term. Yeah, I'm not very good at understanding all of the lingo that we have now. But yeah, you have to just be very careful that you don't take it to such an extreme that it becomes an inverted monster of itself, because it can be it's very easy to poison yourself with it. Like medicine, right? If you look at medicines, they are very good for you, but if you take too much of it, it actually has the inverse effect. So I'm trying to take these concepts and translate them into the wargaming community, especially for kit bashing and stuff, because it's not just about the skills, right? Anybody can turn around and say, get some wires and some super glue and some baking powder, and there you go. That's great. But there is a lot more nuance to it if you want to take the time to figure it out. So what is the story behind the thing that you're making? Okay? The reason you make a story about it is because it helps create that picture in your mind, whilst also creating an emotional bond with the thing that you're building. And that might sound a little sappy, depends how you look at these things, but creating that emotional bond with it and that understanding means that when you are building and painting these things, it's not just about building and painting a piece of plastic. The model becomes a character. Even the most basic soldier becomes a character. So the pilot here, right? This was just an average pilot. This guy was nothing. He wasn't really all that interesting. Let me see if I can get a picture up for you. Imperial Knight pilot. I don't want the artwork, I want the the model. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay, that's pretty close. So let me save this image here. Imperial Knight Pilot. And then if I go... Where am I from? I am from Wales. I'm in England now, but I'm from Wales. Let's get that picture up. Add... I want to go back here. Let's go to stock images. Where's it gone? Where has it gone? All files. I can't find it. There. Oh, it's right in front of me. Here we go. Okay, so this is close to what the model looked like. I think the head option is a little different, but this is basically it. This is a more advanced variant. But if I let you look at my version here, and this is only a very slight modification. Let me get the focus fixed. Okay. Now, why have I done this? Okay, the story element that I have created for this Imperial Knight is that the Knight is on a Imperial planet that's being overrun by the Tyranids. Tyranids coming in, doing their thing, eating everybody. It's great. There is an Imperial Knight that has just gone berserk, right? Absolutely nuts. Running around, destroying the Tyranids. Awesome stuff. The Tyranids, going by the very basics of their lore. Your English is so proper and it looks way more detailed. I wouldn't say it's proper, but yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. But what I've done here is that we know from the Tyranid lore that as they fight something, the more they fight it, the more that they learn. Because they're a hive mind system, even when they get defeated and things die, they take that information and they pump it back into the hive mind to create new Tyranids that learn how to fight the thing that they're trying to fight. So it would stand that for the Tyranids to figure out that these giant war machines are piloted by somebody inside. So if they can get inside of this Imperial Knight, they could just kill the pilot inside, and there you go, they win, right? That's the theory. However, what the Tyranids don't really understand is that the Imperial machinery has this thing called a machine spirit, right? So it's like the soul of the machine. And it's not an AI either. It's the Warhammer lore likes to make it very clear that the machine spirit is not AI. They're two separate things. So the idea is that on this Imperial Knight, as I build the model, there will be Tyranids climbing up the side of it to get inside, because they've learned that if they kill the pilot, they can shut down the machine. What they don't understand is that the machine spirit can kind of take over the entire machine. How do I know this? there is a story within Warhammer 40k of a Land Raider. I can't remember which Space Marine chapter it was, but there was a Land Raider during a siege by the Orcs, and all of the crew in the Land Raider were killed. Okay? But the machine spirit took over completely, and it can perform basic functions. So basically, it can move around and it can shoot. And this Land Raider just went berserk, and it fought the Orcs until it ran out of ammunition, and then it found the biggest cluster of Orcs it could find, rammed straight into it, and then self-destruct and detonated itself. So we take inspiration from that story and we apply it, or we apply that concept of the machine spirit taking over when its crew is dead, and we reapply that to the Imperial Knights. And so you have the same story, it's just a slightly different scenario, and that is what we're building around. So what we did here was, let me take this guy out so we can see. I pulled off his head and replaced it with a skull, which has been pinned in with a bit of paperclip. Okay. We cut off his hand here and replaced it with a hand from a skeleton from the Warhammer Age of Sigmar skeletons. And then we did the same thing here with his foot, so we cut off his boot. And we just put a bit of green stuff in there. We drilled in a hole, put in some green stuff, and then glued in a skeleton foot. Right, and so those three components is just going to help illustrate anybody who looks inside of it. They will see that the Tyranid, the pilot is dead and has been dead for a long time, which means anybody who understands about the machine spirits will figure out that this machine spirit is acting independently. Right? So, because we've made that story, we have been able to use that to create something completely new that you wouldn't find anywhere else. And it's more than just going, oh yeah, I just put some bones on this guy. There is a reason for it. And that is basically what this channel is about. Make sense? Okay, thank goodness. Woo! Okay, so taking that theory, this knight hates Tyranids now, right? So we have this skull. Basically, I wanted a different faceplate from the normal Imperial Knights that we have. I want something that's a bit darker, a bit grittier. So in the Warhammer box of skulls, we have this giant skull, which doesn't look all too different from Tyranids. Okay, this may well actually be a Tyranid skull, I don't know, but it's not that different. So, given that the Imperial Knight is fighting independently of its now through the machine spirit, and it hates the Tyranids, it makes sense that he's probably fought a really big Tyranid, ripped its face off, and put it over its own face as some sort of intimidation tactic, or a kind of grisly trophy, or anything like that. And it just adds character, and it makes it unique. It makes it completely different. Because that box is the only place that you find the skull, and you only get one in the box. So you add that interest in that character. And it's more than just a trophy. It is now the face of this Imperial Knight. Okay, and the idea of that, Buffalo Bill. Okay, Buffalo Bill, we'll go with that. For me, originally the idea was that he was based off Doom Guy. Right? Basically, the hatred Doom Guy has for demons, the Imperial Knight has for Tyranids. But yeah, we can go with Buffalo Bill. That's great. So, what else have we done? We've done this hand. Okay. Now, the fingers I have cut off, and these claws, which is very similar to the Chaos Knight's claws, these are actually talons from Tyranids. Okay, so we're incorporating those Tyranid elements into the Imperial Knight. We're in people's faces, yeah. And then I took the concept of the Space Marine bonding beads that we see like on their legs and their shoulder pads from when their resources are running low. I took that idea and I just put it on the gauntlet, and then we just green stuffed around it so that it's a bit tidier and we can carve in some scratches basically. It just needs a little tidying up around the fingers so that they blend in nicely. And there you go. You have something that is unique. How much time does it take me to do this? It takes a long time. I've probably spent upwards of 8 or 9 hours just trying to work out and change things. There's two reasons for that. One, I am actually quite slow at building. I do take a long time. The other reason is that I've never built an Imperial Knight before, so this is much bigger than what I'm used to. So the scale I normally work at is at infantry size, right? Normal Space Marine size. That's crazy. Yeah. The really important thing to note about me personally is that I don't play the tabletop game. So when I am building something, it is for display purposes. It's for the fun of building and painting, and so I'm willing to spend 5, 10, 20 times more time on a miniature than what somebody who is building and painting to play the game is, because I'm not restricted by trying to get things done in time for a tournament or for rule changes or anything like that. I don't care about that. So I'm willing to take more time. So I kept bashed a Deathwatch Ultramarine, right? He's not finished. I'm still painting him. Playing by a different game, yeah, playing by different rules, right. I get bashed this guy probably in about, I don't know, from sprue to build, probably about, I don't know, 40 minutes to an hour. But that's with creating a story, right? The elements chosen on this guy is for specific story-based reasons. So this has a set of legs from Primaris Hellblasters, right? The reason for that is because I wanted a static character. I didn't want someone who was moving. And when you look at the intercessors, they're either stepping forwards or running or things like that. I didn't want that. I wanted something that was solid. Okay, we have an arm, which I think is from Intercessors. The power pack from Intercessors standard kit. Then we have this shoulder pad, which I think is a Dark Angels upgrade piece, but I picked it because it has this. It has the skull, but it also has this Imperialis, so it brings in a faith element, and so the Inquisitorial squad he'll be part of is going to be very sort of zealous. So that extra bit of iconography I thought was really useful. Obviously, we have the Deathwatch iconography, Deathwatch shoulder pads, so we're in line with the Deathwatch. This shield is from the Blade Guard veterans from the Dark Angels Combat Patrol. And what I did was I don't know if you can see it too clearly. I switched the arm. I switched the hand around. So normally the shields are on this side. But I cut out the hand and I put in a hand from a different piece so that I could invert. Not invert, but so that it could go on the other side. And that meant I could give this guy the power sword from the Death Watch upgrade kit. Yeah. The next bit was I actually wanted to make an Ultramarine. I've never made an Ultramarine because I'm a Chaos guy. But I wanted an Ultramarine. So I gave him this helmet with the plume, which is just from the Death Watch stuff. So you've got the Imperial Eye, the Inquisitorial Eye and all of that. But it reminded me of the crests that the Ultramarines give some of their heroes. So yeah, that's why that is. So it's all story based. It's all picked for a reason. That's what I do. But it takes a lot longer. You're going to take a nap? All right, enjoy your nap. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Interesting, don't give up on streaming. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I hope to see you again soon. Thank you so much. I yap a lot when I get a reason to yap a lot. Sometimes it's hard to think it up off the top of my head, but yeah, I can yap for days when I get going. So where were we? What were we doing? We were trying to sort out the head here. Okay. We're close to finishing it. So go away, you. What is going on here? Okay, we're not worried about that. That's fine. That can go there. Stop asking me to change things. So we're just trying to fill in this gap here, basically. And it's just not quite sitting. It's just not quite sitting right. Let me remove that faceplate. We just keep ripping the guy's face off like he's Bonnie from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Just keep ripping his face off. Let's just get that focus back down here so I can rest my hand on the table. I wish I knew where my glue gun was. It's somewhere. Okay, never mind. Stop hanging on to that one. We've got to use some different methods here. I think I have a lot of putty here, so I think I'm just going to create a lump of putty and then just sort of force it into place. And then whatever putty that we've got left over, we'll take the opportunity to tidy up the fingers. Here we go. So get in there. Get that back in there. It's going to use up more than what I thought. That's fine. That's not a problem. That's what we have it here for. Oh, I just dropped it. Oh no. Oh dear. That's not good. We've just dropped a ball of green stuff on the carpet. Uh-oh. Not good. Try not to step on it. We do not want it wedged in the carpet. There it is. Just gonna basically stuff it in there now. And then we're gonna work around it. I'm just going to gouge out any excess. And I think when this is cured and this plate is secure, what we will do is we'll put some holes in there and put in like rivets or something. Okay, that's sort of looking okay. And then if I put this back on, line it up nicely, put that in place. There we go. And I would say that's plenty for this, I think. So we just need that to cure so that we can make sure this piece is secure, and then we'll put in a couple of small rivets. And I think that'll be enough for the head. I would say we could call the head just about done. Now we do need to fix up these talons here. That's not bad. I'm going to bring this light over so I can see a bit better. Is it grainy? That'll do it. I'll get some more of this. Sorry, I didn't realise you can see my my face. Sorry. Let's get some more green stuff made up so that we can fill in those fingers. Okay. So the challenge here is just making sure we fill it in, but keeping it relatively smooth. Because I don't want it to look fleshy, basically. And that is really important, that it doesn't look fleshy. Because otherwise you end up running into a risk where things look like chaos. You know, with all the mutated flesh and everything going on. And we don't want that on this because that's not a thing that's happening right now. Get in there. There we go, that's not too bad. Perfect. What if we took this? Have it go up under the armor plate. And connect to that little Let's get rid of that. That's not helping us. So what I'm doing is I'm putting a bit of super glue on the end of this little pokey tool that I've been using so that I can apply it more securely to where I want that to go. Now if I've got another piece of that wire hanging about, I could put one in the other side. That would be pretty awesome. If I could find some. But like I said, I can't remember where my guitar wire is right now. I can't find it. Oh, I can't find any. That's mildly infuriating. Oh, well, it'll have to wait then. Okay, that's not bad. Now we've got to do the neck of this guy. Which I don't think I'm going to get the bone structure in like I said I was going to. So if we can just sort of fill it in a bit, just enough so that it doesn't just look like a skull on a paperclip, which is what it is right now. Now we're just removing the excess. There we go. I think that will do. Let's bring it up here. Just got to get up. Oh wait, I didn't glue it into the body, did I? I did not. It's coming out. Also, that leg is detached. So let's fix that. Well, we might as well give it a little try, hey? Come on. Oh, this happens sometimes. There we go. Okay. Now we have to add the bits of the vertebrae. Joe, you guys can't even see what I've been doing, can you? I'm just shaving down the sides of each vertebrae piece. Oh dear, it's hard. It is very, very hard. Okay, so that means we can bend that head forward a bit, and then as we go around, we sort of see a spinal column that is technically a little big, but I think it will do. Right, we're going to let that cure before we can do anything else. So I'm going to pop him back in there. Let's see. Okie dokie. So we've got to wait for this to cure. We've got to wait for that to cure. And we've got to wait for those to cure. I wonder if I can get let's see if I can get something under there, because then I can get like a screenshot or something. Oh, I know. We'll just use that bit of green stuff to hold it in place. Hey. Let me hide my face. I need to take a photo real quick. There we go. Alright, so that is going to be about it for today. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. It's been a nice afternoon. It's been great. We've got some good progress done. Okay, we have pretty much finished the head. We have pretty much finished the hand. I've just got to put one more little cable in there. I'll probably do that off camera. And we've pretty much done the pilot's cockpit. Okay, we're just going to wait for the green stuff to cure so that I can deal with the spinal cord that we're trying to sculpt. But I'm not great at sculpting, so yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work just yet, but we'll give it a shot. So I think the next part of the kit bash should be this. It should be the top plate because of a couple of things. Okay, first we need to open up this hatch, okay, so that people can see inside of the model. Okay, and we need someone or something ripping this open. Okay, now a Hormigant could be useful, but I think a Gene Stealer is going to be better. It's far more it's better equipped to climb up the stuff because of they actually have hands. The Gene Stealers, sorry, they actually have hands, so they're better for this kind of climbing. It would also make sense for the Gene Stealers to be able to rip open these doors and have the intelligence to rip open these doors, because where do we often see Gene Stealers? Space Hulks. So if they can rip a Space Hulk into bits, there is no doubt that they could rip this into bits. Okay, so this is what I want to work on next. I don't quite know what I'm going to do aside from this, but we're going to do something. Okay, so we're making some good progress. So I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Like the stream if you want to. If you enjoyed yourself, you can like the stream. It will help YouTube push it to new viewers. If you haven't checked out the latest video, please do so. Okay, I'll put a link in chat real quick. Okay, go check out the new video. It's doing quite well at the minute. I was quite surprised, pleasantly so. So thank you so much for that. I'm not sure if I'll get a stream in next week. We'll see. I need to make another video before I move this gear into the new room for it. So yeah, I need to do that too. And then when we come back, we can work on this carapace for the Imperial Knight. Okay, so thanks so much for hanging out. Oh yeah, and of course, if you enjoyed this, subscribe for more. That would be pretty awesome. But whatever you do, make things, have fun, and I'll see you next time on Cursed Crusader Arts. All right, guys. Bye. Bye-bye.